ngi nekk DIG di ànd ak président Barrow di dem toog su ma eggee si àll bi ma ne ko Abdoulaye Sanyang mu ne ma naam ma ne ko suma kër bàyyiwuma fa dara mu jël téléphone am mu oo Kombo muy Serekunda suma waa kër ne ma Abdoulaye Sanyang wàcceel na la fi maalo diwlin sukur ak koppar tax ma ne Abdoulaye Sanyang muy dëgga Sanyang ba eta doy ba yaa doon lieutenant colonel Sanyang foofu yàlla daf ko isuwaat ku def lu baax dinañ ko wax amu jeng jeng sala ñu gis ko la mag waaye gisuñ ko la gën nuyul ma kooku nga taxawal noonu muy ay Sanyang place bi yàlla ko ko jox Jali Ibrahima nañuy def lu baax ngir tey àddina gi ñaari ñetti fan la démb passé na yaa ngi fi tey lay ñëw ëllëg kenn xamu ko yàlla rek a ko xam nañuy indi wante lu baax nañuy capturé xam ne Gambia benn bopp la kenn mënu ko xar ñaar 1000 square kilometers loolu mooy la ñu indi wante lu baax kon jalikat yi tey nag daanaa ñu duga moom bi waaye xaaral ma seen ci naa yàmba waaye danaa leen inspecteur général de police jërëjëf président Barrow fekkee nañ ko muy opening of the National Assembly di ñaan yàlla ñu fekkee ko waat ak tëwét His Excellency président Adama Barrow def nga lu rafet ci réew mi liggéey nga liggéey bu rafet ci réew mi semaine bu jot mooy bit bu jot His Excellency président Adama Barrow dina dem ci jeex gi bu uduwut yoon dina teg weer président Adama Barrow gàcce ngalaama indi la démocratie ci réewi Gambia indi la freedom of speech ci réewi Gambia président Barrow Afrique be Afrique daj yow yaay président ci respect démocratie président Barrow bàyyi na fi legacy boo xam ne amul benn président buy toog Gambia mu ne mun na koo em parce que legacy bu baax bi fi bàyyi teranga bu baax bi fi bàyyi muy démocratie bi fi bàyyi yow président Barrow yow rek yaa ko mun a jël yaa ko mun a antal moo tax yàlla dina la fi bàyyi président Barrow yow sa kudu jaamala raja président Barrow yow Gambia dañ la bëgg Gambia dañ la ànd ak yow président
members of the country, director generals of various institutions, countries, were invited to actually grace this occasion to make it even much a bigger occasion for the country. 2020, since 2019, we all know that, I mean, not only the Gambia, but by and large, you know, the world has actually a lot of challenges ranging from the COVID-19 pandemic, which has definitely a great negative impact on the economy of even, you know, all the big countries, much more the developing nations. So we all know a lot of countries are actually struggling. So from the COVID pandemic, then actually tensions that actually has its effects on the economy, development of so we definitely receive signals that the President, His Excellency Adama Barrow, is almost, I mean, inside the chambers of the National Assembly. So we will go on with the formal ceremony outside, and from there the President will be escorted into the chambers for, I mean, to deliver his State of the Nation address.
Prayers. Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen. Communication from the chair. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, Mr. Adama Barrow, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, my Lord, the Chief Justice of the Gambia, former Speakers and Deputy Speakers of the National Assembly, Honorable Deputy Speaker and members of this August Assembly, Honorable Cabinet Ministers here in present, former members of the National Assembly, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, regional governors, Lord Mayors, and chairpersons of area councils, leaders of political parties, Secretary General and Head of the Civil Service, and all senior government officials, service chiefs, vulnerable religious leaders, distinguished guests, the press, all other protocols duly observed. Honorable members, in accordance with Section 77(1) of the 1997 Constitution and Clause 24(1) of the Standing Orders, His Excellency, Mr. Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, is here today to attend and address the sitting of the National Assembly on the condition of the Gambia, the policies of the government, and the administration of the state for the 2023 legislative year. In this regard, I wish to extend on behalf of both sides of the Assembly a warm welcome to His Excellency the President to the National Assembly. Honorable members.
Point of order,
Point of order.
Speaker. Point of order.
Point of order. Yes, honorable member. Minority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on Order 17H of the Standing Orders. That is, clapping shall not be permitted in the chambers.
So, thank you, Honorable Member. Sustained. Gallery. We don't usually clap in Parliament. You see parliamentarians, they tap on their tables to express gratitude. Honorable members, His Excellency's presence in this assembly today is significant in our parliamentary calendar. It will enable honorable members of the legislature to have the opportunity to hear from the head of the executive, that's the president, on the condition of the Gambia, the policies of his government, and the administration of the state. Honorable members, this year marks the President's second State of the Nation address to the 6th legislature in our democratic dispensation. Traditionally, this particular sitting of the Assembly attracts Gambians and people from all walks of life. Therefore, on behalf of both sides of the Assembly, I welcome you all. On that note, honorable members, I wish once again welcome His Excellency the President to the National Assembly in fulfillment of his constitutional mandate. I thank you. Clerk, can we proceed?
Motion. State of the Nation Address 2023 by His Excellency the President of the Republic of the Gambia.
Honorable members, I have the singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Mr. Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, to deliver his address. Your Excellency.
Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members of the National Assembly, Your Excellency, the Vice President, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, distinguished personalities, ladies and gentlemen, I always look forward to my annual engagement with this august body because it offers us the opportunity to interact formally as a constitutional requirement and informally as fellow citizens and complementary partners in the cause of national development. In view of our mandates within the major arms of government, we do not only represent the interests and aspirations of our people, but also form three distinct but unified and inseparable parts of the government machinery. The need for cooperation is therefore obvious. Mr. Speaker, lest my address is mistakenly perceived as an activity report, let me explain that it is a precise outline of how my government fared during the 2023 legislative year, with highlights provided on key milestones, setbacks, plans, and legislative matters of direct importance to this Assembly. Government channels its development endeavors through the public sectors and the policies, projects, and programs they execute. My deliberation centers on such interventions, as well as bilateral and multilateral engagements and events of special relevance. operational matters, management, and administrative functions are not given prominence, except where they have a direct bearing on my administration's performance or have consequences of national interest. Elaborate details on the content of my address are readily available from the sectors. National development, especially in developing countries, cannot be discussed without reference to the pressure that global events and trends bring to bear on low-income nations. To do so means losing sight of the context and environment that shape what we do as human beings, and how unforeseen circumstances, challenges sometimes frustrate national efforts. Reference will be made to these circumstances briefly, but I ask that you bear them in mind as you review my government's achievements during the year under review. As customary, the address focuses on the sectors, and I will begin with the finance and economic affairs sector as a basis for what follows. Finance and economic affairs. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia relies heavily on imports for consumption of basic commodities, including wheat and maize from Ukraine. This means that the disruption in supply chain will lead to shortages in supply, translated into strong inflationary pressures on the economy. As at end December 2022, inflation stood at 13.7%, from an initial projection of 5%. Generally, global inflation has significantly reduced the real incomes of people abroad. As a result, the Gambian economy faces reduced private remittances received and lower tourist arrivals, despite the strong recovery footings reported in 2022. This will continually worsen the negative impact on growth experience from 2020 onwards. Revenue performance during the year clearly highlights the negative effect of the crisis. Total domestic revenue collection in 2022 declined by 10% against the same period in 2021. Comparison of revenue performance from 2022 and 2023 between January and April shows that domestic taxes have increased by 5% during the period, while customs and excise taxes increased by 20% over the same period. The increase in global oil prices put pressure on government and forced us to subsidize fuel to lower the high pump prices. This had a negative impact on domestic revenue mobilization and the 2022 national budget. With less attention on COVID-19, infrastructure development activities resume and will remain a priority. In addition to the rural roads projects implemented by the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, the road expansion and OIC-related projects are underway as the country prepares to host the OIC summit by December this year. Capital expenditure will therefore persist to contribute greatly to total expenditure. Apart from the government's commitment to the medium-term economic fiscal framework 2023-2026 to improve microfiscal stability, the new Green Recovery Focused National Development Plan, RFNDP, has cabinet approval and preparations are underway to launch it. The plan outlines key national priorities across the sectors and will guide development interventions in the medium term. It also mainstreams the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, African Union AU Agenda 2063, and the ECOWAS Vision 2030. Government will strengthen domestic resource mobilization to finance the RFNDP. An International Monetary Fund IMF team visits the Gambia, conduct a diagnostic exercise of the country's governance and corruption vulnerabilities. The mission commended my administration for the progress achieved so far, especially for bringing various legislations in line with best practices, and they shared useful observations with us. Since 2017, the Gambia has engaged in governance reforms across our institutions. These include enactment of new laws, such as the 2018 Central Bank Act, the Access to Information Law 2021, and the Public Procurement Act 2022. Along these lines, bills developed include those on anti-corruption, anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, as well as those on public finances, state-owned enterprises, and banking. All these are meant to contribute to the achievement of our national goals and targets. Also related to economic growth and management are action taken to modernize revenue mobilization. For example, the digitalization and automation initiative introduced during the year under review are significant achievement worth reporting. Rolling out the GRA automated system for custom data Ashuba Wall and the ongoing efforts to develop an e-procurement platform will jointly upscale revenue generation for development purposes. Furthermore, my government has brought the banking sector regulatory and supervisory framework closer to international standards. With this, we look to more significant economic development prospects, despite the current global crisis as setbacks to contend with. Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture sector is strongly committed to strengthening its policy, environment, and program implementation efforts. In this respect, emerging challenges will be persistently addressed through new policies and initiatives. To provide examples of such undertakings, a national fertilizer policy has been formulated and validated, and the development of a strategic plan is at an advanced stage. This policy seeks to enhance fertilizer access and targets subsidy beneficiaries for greater production. In pursuit of commercial farming, the sector will promote mechanized land preparation by supplying labor-saving machines, since harvesting is among the least mechanized production activities of the target commodity value chain crops. Investment will increase to mechanize the harvesting of cereals and stimulate increased mechanical tracing. My administration is also enhancing the capacity of breeders and introducing Gambian farmers to fortified short-term and high-yielding varieties that are resistant to the adverse effects of climate change. Using PPP models, we will foster the establishment of processing companies to establish processing and production systems. Hopefully, these interventions will generate employment and market value promotion. There will be an incentive-based risk-sharing system for agricultural lending. The Minister of Agriculture has initiated the Gambia Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing and Agricultural Lending Facility project to improve access to finance by de-risking lending to the agriculture sector. The project will collaborate with financial institutions to avail farmers and value chain actors of the needed finance for a transformed food system. The lending project and inclusive strategy will contribute to removing access barriers to credit for actors along the agriculture value chains, and beneficiaries will access credit through a risk-sharing mechanism. Communication and digital economy. Honorable Speaker, the creation of the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy affirms the government's desire for rapid digital transformation and utilization of ICTs for socio-economic development. On policy matters, the Ministry is developing a holistic digital economy policy and strategy to provide sound guidelines in view of the new orientation and increased prioritization of digitalization. It is also formulating a comprehensive digital economy master plan in collaboration with the European Union. Concurrently, the process of developing a cloud and an open data policy and regulatory framework through this important initiative has begun. The scoping exercise for the process was successfully done in November 2022. As part of digitalizing of our government administrative system, Cabinet approved an email policy this year to encourage and promote the use of government emails and email platforms for effective implementation of the digital government initiative. The policy will center on transition routes into a more formal inter- and intra-government communications network. For more efficient resolution, preparation of a communication bill is in progress. It contains provisions to ensure a level playing field for all stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, cybercrime bill, data protection and privacy bill will be tabled here during the course of this legislative year. This bill will instill confidence and security for the safe use of our digital systems and services, as well as combat crime and criminal activities online. Development of a critical information infrastructure policy and a national risk registry database will follow next. Government will also improve the connectivity and reliability of our communication infrastructure by investing in a second submarine cable. This will be funded by the World Bank under the $57 million West Africa Regional Digital Integration Program. The financing agreement will be brought to this august body for ratification. Equally proposed is the adoption of a Startups Act during this legislative year. The framework is to articulate provisions for startups and give the country's youth more opportunities to reap the global digital dividends. The long-term evolution LTE 4G network, commissioned in 2015 as part of the ISDB-funded ECO1 project, was expanded in 2022 with 4 new additional base stations. Since its commissioning, the LTE network has saved government about $22.8 million annually. Besides, the ministry has allocated $6 million for its 2023 local development budget to support the LTE network and related sector activities. Ensuring cyber resilience development has been a major focus of my government over the years. The adoption of the cybersecurity policy and strategy in December 2022 further demonstrated the executive's commitment to this matter. Mr. Speaker, there is quite an array of proposed interventions to report on here, but I will end by observing that a national digital literacy policy is in progress to provide informed guidelines on digital literacy and skills development. These are all highly commendable initiatives. Defense, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Defense works closely with other security institutions to maintain peace and stability in the country. To achieve this, the Ministry has developed 3 crucial documents. They include the first ever National Defense Policy, which has Cabinet approval. In addition, a defense strategy and implementation plan funded by the UK were completed in October 2022. The Ministry also has Cabinet approval to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty, ATT, and it is working on the ratification process. The ATT Voluntary Fund provided funding through Safe World Organization to facilitate the ratification and implementation process of the treaty. The terms and conditions of service for officers and soldiers, 1993 of the Gambia Armed Forces, is under review. Similarly, work on the Gambia Armed Forces Bill is progressing to replace the current Act of 1985. Through the Ministry of Defense and Finance, and with support from the Republic of Turkey and the People's Republic of China, government have procured military vehicles and other specialized equipment for peacekeeping missions and ease of daily military operations, especially along the border. Mr. Speaker, the armed forces continue to forge healthy civil-military relations to improve on the existing cordial relations through regular consultations and outreach, such as providing free medical services and education. Significantly too, the Ministry and GOV will maintain close collaboration with other security agencies to ascertain a safe environment for every person in the country. Following the unfortunate resurgence of conflict in Casamance between the MFDC and the Senegalese armed forces, the Gambia Armed Forces monitors the affected areas in Fonyi to guarantee the safety of all Gambian citizens. In this regard, they conduct robust patrols in the area. We thank them for their vigilance and devoted service to the nation. Fisheries, water resources, and National Assembly matters. Honorable Speaker, the fisheries sector is a key contributor to the Gambian economy, accounting for 10% of GDP in 2022 and providing direct employment to over 30,000 people. To keep up the momentum, the Ministry of Fisheries recently designed and validated a draft National Fisheries and Aquaculture Policy 2022-2031, and it is now set for submission to Cabinet. The Ministry is investing in the additional fisheries and value chain to alleviate post-harvest challenges, with funds from the EU-Gambia Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreement, the construction of 2 fish handling platforms in Tanje and Gunjur, worth over $10 million, are ongoing to improve the hygienic conditions and durability of fish and fishery products. Honorable members, on revenue realized in the sector from January 2022 to May 2023, $34 million were generated from landing, $83 million from licensing, and $30 million from EU support, amounting to $148 million. The European Union, under the Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreement, continues to provide the fisheries sector with $30 million support annually. From this, $15 million is to strengthen the sustainable management, conservation, and the development of the sector. The remaining $15 million serves as financial compensation to access. Mr. Speaker, major reforms are progressing to lead to more efficient management of the country's water resources, in conformity with the integrated water resources management principles. In this vein, the Gambia Water Bill 2020 is available for enactment to replace the National Water Resources Council Act of 1979. Through support from the government of Japan, 20 additional solar-powered pipe water supply system for installation in 2022-2023 will serve 80,000 people in our rural communities. The project is ongoing and it is scheduled to end by December 2023. Gender, children, and social welfare. Mr. Speaker, a range of new policies developed by this sector guide the strategic development efforts and program activities of the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Welfare. On program implementation, the Women Enterprise Fund introduced in 2020 has benefited more than 93,000 women entrepreneurs, with $68 million disbursed to 628 women groups. The recovery rate during the past 3 years stands at 75% and 53% respectively for the first and second disbursements. In 2023, about 550 women groups will be reached countrywide through the same arrangements. The Sahel Women Economic Empowerment Project, which is at its preparatory stage, will be implemented throughout the country from 2024 to 2026. The project is to economically empower women and girls through entrepreneurship and livelihood skills training. It will also support in-school girls to complete grade 12 and women to access relevant information and reproductive health services. It is a World Bank-funded project. To further enhance the legal environment for the welfare of children, the sector has submitted the revised draft of the 2005 Children Act to the Justice Ministry for review. They have also finalized the development of an integrated and inclusive children's policy. Basic, secondary education, Mr. Speaker. To make education readily accessible to children from poor families as well as rural communities, my government uses resources from both the domestic budget and development partners to provide innovative ways of reaching underserved areas. In this regard, a significant surge in enrollment has been registered at all levels of the school system. Specifically, early childhood and development enrollment increased from 126,573 in 2021 to 130,952 in 2022. While in lower basic school enrollment increased respectively from 401,333 in 2021 to 414,477 in 2022. Similarly, upper basic school enrollment increased from 119,405 in 2022 to 123,081 in 2022. And senior secondary school enrollment increased from 76,537 to 78,706. These are significant increases. To meet the increasing demand for education, my government increased the number of schools for all levels from 3,426 to 3,518 between 2021 and 2022. To ensure quality education delivery, we consistently train teachers for both basic and secondary schools. Through these training packages, a significant increase in the number of qualified teachers is evident at all levels of the school system. At the early childhood development level, for example, the trained facilitators increased from 3,018 in 2021 to 3,283 in 2022. At the lower basic level, the trained and qualified teachers increased from 10,614 to 11,302 between 2021 and 2022. Similar trends exist at the upper and senior secondary school levels, showing an increase from 5,787 to 5,881 and 3,211 to 3,394 respectively. As a result of all the investments in both access and the quality of education delivered. The number of students attending 0 credits or 0 passes in the West African Senior Secondary School examination dropped significantly from 1,477 to 884 between 2021 and 2022. This represents a percentage drop from 9.4% to 5.91%. The drop in the fail rate corresponds with the education policy target of making sure that every WAS student goes home with a certificate. At the upper basic level, the number of students attending 0 passes or aggregate 54 in the Gambia Basic Education Certificate Examination dropped from 2,044 to 1,962, translating into a percentage drop from 8 to 7%. On the other hand, students attending aggregate 6 increased from 19 to 31 during the same period. Furthermore, the number of students with the government pass mark of aggregate 42 and below for entry to senior secondary schools improved from 47.2% in 2021 to 49.7% in 2022. Despite all these gains, my administration remains committed to better education. To this end, a teacher competency assessment piloted in 2020 and 2021 has been rolled out. The assessment ensures that teachers who graduate from the Gambia College at diploma and advanced diploma levels have the basic standards, competence, and content knowledge to be recruited to teach in public schools. We are collaborating productively with our development partners, and I thank them most sincerely for their laudable support. Through such partnerships, 2,597 new classrooms and 3,116 toilet kibbles in the madrasa and conventional schools were built within the last 5 years. 1,549 classrooms were rehabilitated during the same period, and 10 schools were identified for complete renovation in 2022. 498 classrooms and 556 toilet kibbles are currently under construction. Finally, because teacher factors contribute to performance, the sector has built 1,076 rooms countrywide for teacher accommodation. There are plans to increase the number significantly to ease accommodation challenges for teachers and motivate them for better output. Higher education, research, science, and technology. Honorable Speaker, the tertiary and higher education sector remains committed to equitable access to quality tertiary and higher education for all Gambians, as well as promoting and strengthening research, science, innovation, and technology in the Gambia. In this direction, its transformation program is on course. In line with the new focus on Tibet, through its strategic plan 2021-2025, and in collaboration with its partners, the Ministry is expanding access to Tibet programs. In this respect, the University of Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology will dually provide higher education and Tibet programs. My administration provides scholarships and financial assistance to needy and deserving students to undergo training programs both within and outside the country. At the UTG alone, over 1,600 students are on government scholarships, and over 500 students from other tertiary institutions benefit from government scholarships. This is in addition to the 85 bachelor's degree students in engineering at USHED. The government, through the ministry, has allocated over $100 million for scholarships and financial assistance to deserving students. Additionally, the ministry plans to implement a student loan scheme for this year and for more students to access higher education programs. Interior, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Interior, in partnership with the International Organization for Migration, the Gambia, and with funding from the Switzerland Federal Department of Foreign Affairs, has launched the Assisted Voluntary Return and Reintegration Capacity Building Project for the Gambia. The project aims to strengthen the capacity of about 40 government officials directly involved in migrants' return and reintegration in the country by equipping them with the needed skills and resources to manage return and reintegration processes. Honorable members, the Ministry of Interior is establishing a peace-building unit and creating regional and national councils for peace and social cohesion as recommended by the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparation Commission. The Infrastructure for Peace 14P project will strengthen the capacity of the state and other existing agencies for peace and collaborative dialogue while reducing the likelihood of current and future threats in peace in the Gambia in a sustainable manner. Mr. Speaker, there is a decrease in number of crimes recorded in the third quarter of 2022. It decreased by 12.6% compared to the third quarter of 2021. At a total of 1,426 cases were reported in the third quarter of 2021, while in the third quarter of 2022, 1,247 cases were registered. We commend the police for this remarkable decrease, but urge them to lower the rate much further. In a bid to enact a new Immigration Service Act, an Immigration Service Bill was submitted to the Ministry of Justice for their input. After its validation and submission to Cabinet, it will be brought to this August Assembly. On revenue collection, the Gambia Immigration Department collected $104,407,130 from January to December 2022, as opposed to $103,362,940 in 2021. The increase is slight due to the global economic situation, but revenue collection will improve much better this year. A key achievement of the Immigration Department was the development of a standard operating procedures SOP and its official launch in November 2022. The primary objective of the SOP is for handling of smuggling of migrants cases in the country. The procedures support the department and stakeholders to understand better smuggling of migrants and its legal implications and legislative arrangements. The legal and judiciary sector. Mr. Speaker, the strategies and policies adopted by the Ministry of Justice are geared mainly towards transitional justice, good governance, rule of law, and access to justice. In this regard, the legal sector intends to adopt a strategic plan that reflects the government's vision. In addition, it has drafted the Victims' Reparation Bill to create an independent body to administer reparations for victims. This will cover all victims of human rights violations, not leaving out the victims of April 10 and 11. In 2022, several acts were enacted, such as the Disabilities Act, the Gambia Public Procurement Authority Act. Meanwhile, the Anti-Corruption Bill is with this August Assembly for consideration. My government also approved the Gambia Prisons Amendment Bill 2023 to help establish the Gambia Prison Service and the Gambia Prison Service Council to regulate the prisons. Furthermore, the sector is working on the constitutional review process. The process is guided by relevant legal and legislative considerations as well as our national interests. For now, it is essential to determine the necessary legislative amendments to support the next phase of the review process. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Justice appointed 12 state councils in the beginning of this year. The objective is to decentralize legal services by designating some of the state councils to various regions of the Gambia. This is to provide speedy and accessible justice delivery service to the public. Turning to the judiciary subsector, 11,568 new cases were filed across all the courts and tribunals in the country in 2022. This represents a significant increase of 30% on the 8,882 cases for 2021. Altogether, 6,800 cases were representing 58% were disposed of, thus making an increase of 1,978 out of the 4,822 cases disposed of in 2021. As reported during the last legal year celebration, the judiciary is doing very well and has regained public confidence, hence the increase in the new cases. We encourage them to keep up the momentum. Public service, administrative reform, policy coordination, and delivery. Mr. Speaker, the new Ministry of Public Service, Administrative Reforms, Policy Coordination, and Delivery is mandated to undertake overall oversight of the implementation of public service policies and programs of the Gambia. Since its inception, the Ministry has been working on strengthening the foundational human resource management policies, practices, and data to reduce manual processes. The process is to result in improved human resource management, increased reliability, and transparency of human resource data. These are necessary for subsequently digitalized human resource processes and data processing. The current ministry is working with the World Bank to upscale the effectiveness and expand the functionalities of government systems for engagement with citizens on processing complaints. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Strategy, Policy and Delivery Service, as the technical unit of the Ministry of Public Service, and also the Secretariat of the National Economic Council, regularly provides instrumental support to my office. Through the National Economic Council, regular meetings were held in 2022 to improve coordination between the institutional heads of the productive sectors of the economy. The meetings provide a platform for participants in key economic activities to adequately brief my office on the economy and promote coordination and information sharing on crucial economic issues. Mr. Speaker, the President's Delivery Forum was held for the first time in the Gambia in October 2022 for presentation of key sector updates on projects implementation in the sectors. The outputs of the forum are to feed into groundbreaking project monitoring tools to track project contracts and implementation in a timely manner. Implementation of the Civil Service Reform Program 2018-2027 is already in motion to transform the public service and make it more efficient and effectively responsive to the needs of the nation. As a new development, the Ministry is arranging to institutionalize an electronic clocking system to hold civil servants accountable and maintain punctuality and discipline at work. Also, my office has signed performance contract with state-owned enterprises to monitor service delivery. The Ministry of Finance undertook the initial monitoring exercise for the first quarter of 2023, with focus on GNPC, SSH, FC, and GPA. Meanwhile, GIA, GPPC, GGC, and GAMPOS are scheduled to sign a performance contract each by June 2023 to take effect from the 2024 financial year. These moves indicate my government's preparedness to set public service delivery targets. Such accountability tools are signposts for the implementation of our National Development Plan, and they need to be implemented in collaboration with all ministries, departments, and government agencies. transport, works, and infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, despite the post-COVID-19 recovery challenges, the transport, works, and infrastructure sector registered impressive results during the period under review. The sector steadfastly focused on road construction, resurfacing, reconstruction, upgrading to asphalt standards, and rehabilitation of selected roads across the country. To mention examples, the reconstruction of the Kerewan-Jawara Road to bituminous standards is in progress and stands at 90% completion. 60% of the 86-kilometer paved roads in the Nyomi-Hakalang area has been complete. Lot 1 of the North Bank Road is complete, and Lot 2 is 65% complete. They are 102 kilometers long. The construction of the Kiang West Road is ongoing, with the completion status of the 39 kilometers of the paved road at 71%. In a similar development, the government recently secured funding from the Saudi Fund for Development equal to $50 million to construct 50 kilometers of roads in the Greater Banjul area. Works on this project are ongoing. From the Kuwaiti Fund for Arab Economic Development, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, and the Islamic Development Bank, government secured $79.8 million to upgrade the Badin-Hadin Highway into a 3-lane dual carriageway of 22 kilometers. It stretches from Yundum to Sitting Corner. 55% of the civil works is complete. My administration now plans to upgrade 1,200 kilometers of selected roads in the next 5 years. And this year, the ministry will construct a length of 345 kilometers across the country. Like the new Basse main market, I am glad to state that the fourth phase of the Brikama market is complete and was inaugurated in March of this year. Phase 2 is at the tender stage. The Public Building Facilities Management Bill is with this August Assembly for consideration to develop and promote policies and regulations for effective management of government estate. Mr. Speaker, formal negotiations are ongoing to improve the ports and to build a new one. The Technical Committee on the new ports has submitted its report to the Ministerial Committee for their review, consideration, and onward submission to Cabinet for advice. On air traffic analysis of actual figures for 2022 indicate that 359,909 passengers were handled at the Banjul International Airport, which shows an increase of 44.3% over the previous year. Projections suggest that this upward trend will persist. Tourism and culture. Mr. Speaker, the National Council for Arts and Culture is working with UNESCO on a regulation for the National Endowment Fund for Arts. When established, the fund will finance various cultural and artistic activities, which is useful for the tourism sector. The draft regulation is ready for validation and thereafter submission to Cabinet. To boost tourism and position the Gambia as a homecoming hub for our African brothers and sisters in the diaspora, the Gambia will observe the bicentenary anniversary of the occupation of Georgetown, Makati Island by British and the subsequent arrival of the liberated Africans on the island. The festival will take place in the second quarter of this year. With relief, tourism is growing again steadily. According to the submissions from the GT board, tourist arrivals pick up over the years from 89,232 in 2020 to 102,460 in 2021 and 182,795 in 2022. Arrivals from our traditional markets increased, except from the 10% drop from Denmark. Arrivals from the non-traditional markets increased by 47%. That is 10,908 tourists, compared to the same period in 2021. The sector projects 206,558 tourists this year, if all goes well. It is encouraging, Mr. Speaker, that the tourism sector has so far recorded 95% graduate employment out of 400 annual graduates from the Gambia Tourism and Hospitality Institute. An expansion program in the tourism and hospitality training up-country in partnership with the International Trade Center under the YEP project is earmarked for this year. Over 500 young Gambians will participate in various programs to build capacity and create employment opportunities. Trade, industry, regional integration, and employment. Honorable Speaker. This sector is focusing on improving the business environment, promoting private sector investment, supporting micro, small, and medium enterprises for trade development, employment creation, and strengthening bilateral and multilateral trade cooperation. For regulation purposes, the sector has reviewed and updated the Labour Act 2007. The draft bill is awaiting a third reading by this August body. Its enactment will bring our labour laws to ILO standard and facilitate labour administration in the country. It will also encourage employment. To strengthen labour administration, the sector is revising the Injuries Compensation and Factories Act. It will be submitted to this Assembly ultimately. In November 2022, I launched the National Employment Policy and Action Plan, NEAP, 2022-2027, to reduce unemployment decisively. The Ministry of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment has established a National Employment Technical Committee set for inauguration. It compromises public, private sector and development partners together with civil society for implementation of the NEAP. The committee will report to a cabinet subcommittee on employment. This demonstrates commitment at the highest level of government to address unemployment and underemployment, and by extension, poverty. The policy targets creating at least 150,000 jobs in 5 years. Regarding consumer and competition culture, a technical committee is revising the Competition Act 2007 and the Consumer Protection Act 2014 for effective enforcement of the Act and promotion of a competition culture in the economy. The administration will continually conduct market studies into the essential commodities and look into expired products as well as the pharmaceutical sector. Besides protecting consumer rights, a major objective of this undertaking is to curb anti-competitive practices amid the current supply chain challenges and surging prices. In the same vein, to enhance fair trade and rationalize prices, especially of essential commodities, my government has resolved to streamline and rationalize the national measurement system. The Ministry has completed the necessary legal framework, so I urge the Assembly to approve the Legal Metrology Bill 2022 for immediate implementation. Mr. Speaker, 10 out of 17 international companies, GAIPA granted and SIC, have started operations. 6 are now establishing their company infrastructure, but 1 company is yet to start operations. The planned investments from these companies amount to $70 million, with an estimated 2,130 jobs created when all the companies are fully operational. The Gambia remains active in Phase 2 negotiation of the AFCFTA, and we have prepared draft tariff schedules through a consultative process. The tariff offers covering 90% tariff for the liberation, 7% tariff for sensitive products, and 3% tariff for inclusion have been submitted to the AFCFTA Secretariat. The Ministry will embark on a sensitization mission as defined in the communication strategy to raise awareness on the AFCFTA, update the National Trade Policy 2024-2029, and develop the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act Utilization Strategy 2023-2028. Youth and sports, Mr. Speaker. The young people are the most productive segment of society and thus are stakeholders in the national development process. They face substantial barriers, however, in their quest to be productive and empowered citizens of the country. Insufficient access to knowledge, information, and strategic education is one of barriers making them less competitive at both the national and international levels. In this respect, the Youth and Sports Ministry is devising strategic initiatives to increase support to the youth and their areas of development, especially sports. To achieve this, the development levy established within the framework of the NDP 2018-2021 dedicated to the sector is to develop a responsive development roadmap for implementation. In sports, the Gambia is doing very well in various competitions. Football, athletics, beach volleyball, and martial arts are typical examples. I congratulate our sports persons and officials on their successes. The under-20 football team, most notably inclusive. The government will remain solidly supportive of the sector. Mr. Speaker, several bills and acts are under review to enhance the legal environment for youth and sports advancement. They are the Youth Bill and the Sports Bill, the NYSS Act 2015, PIA Act 2015, and NEDI Act 2013. The Ministry will table these legal instruments before this August Assembly for consideration. Furthermore, with the support of the Commonwealth Secretariat, the sector will develop a new sports policy 2023-2032. Apart from intensifying and expanding the NYSS apprenticeship training program to reach out to many more young people, the mandatory National Youth Service Program targeting university graduates is under consideration for implementation. Foreign affairs, international cooperation, and Gambians abroad. Honorable Speaker, my government remains obliged to pursuing a foreign policy anchored on the promotion of our national interests, respect for sovereignty, and the territorial integrity of nations. We will scale up strategic bilateral cooperation and partnership arrangements aimed at complementing national efforts in pursuit of our development objective. Our foreign policy remains forging more collaborative efforts on the international scene, based on our shared principles and values, strengthening partnerships across the globe, and active participation in relevant regional and other international organizations. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs draft Foreign Service Bill and regulation respectively are near completion. It is hoped that these documents will further strengthen the institutional framework of the sector and ensure achievement of our national desired goals and objectives. Land, regional government, and religious affairs. Mr. Speaker, at present, Mr. Speaker, the Lands Ministry is developing a national land policy with support from the World Bank. The policy will, among other issues, cover land-related conflicts, security of title, protection of the right to land, especially for women and children, and efficient land management. It will eventually be subjected to cabinet review. Closely related to addressing youth and women matters, within the sector is the Job, Skills and Finance Program for Women and Youth in the Gambia. It is a 4-year initiative funded by the European Union through the United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, at a tune of 15.2 million euros. The program aims to contribute to stabilizing the economy, social and security situation of the country by facilitating the social inclusion and employment of youth and women. In the Gambia, the non-governmental organization NGO Affairs Agency oversees NGO activities. The agency was established in 1996 through Degree 81. A new NGO bill is now at an advanced stage to improve NGO operations in the country. Meanwhile, out of 126 registered NGOs, 87 renewed their status in 2022. 21 were deregistered based on non-compliance issues. 1 phased out, and 6 are yet to renew their status. Information, Mr. Speaker. The new Ministry of Information has shown unprecedented readiness to pay more attention to the development of the information value chain through fresh initiatives. The Ministry is, for instance, collaborating with USAID to formulate a medium-term strategy 2023-2028. This strategic plan is expected to consolidate democratic pluralism and will link neatly with the Access to Information Act 2021, ATI 21. The Ministry will appoint information commissioners and establish an information commission secretariat for the realization of the ATTI 21 objectives. The Act represents an enviable milestone in our democratization process and services as a vivid symbol of the leadership's commitment to universal access to information. Importantly also, the Information and Communication Act 2009 will give way to the Information Bill 2023 as a means of repositioning the Ministry of Information. In addition, the Personal Data Protection and Privacy Bill 2023 has been reviewed, finalized and submitted for Cabinet approval. Once approved, the document will be forwarded to this August Assembly for appropriate action. Aside from this, with the assistance of the UNESCO Regional Office in Dakar, the information sector has developed a policy on community media sustainability to strengthen the modalities and conditions for stable income generation and long-term sustainability of the media community. Office of the Vice President, Mr. Speaker. The National Population Commission Secretariat, as the coordinating authority for the National Population Policy and Program, is currently at the advanced stage of developing a new national population policy. The policy seeks to address population trends and dynamics in relation to sustainable socio-economic and environmental development. The population policy is also aimed at improving the quality of life of everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The UNFPA country program and the World Bank deserve commendation for their sustained support to the Secretariat. Honourable members, following Cabinet's approval of the National Nutrition Policy 2021-2025 in December 2021, the National Nutrition Agency, with technical and financial support from UNICEF and the World Food Programme, formulated a multi-sectoral nutrition strategy plan in 2022. The plan is designed to guide implementation of all nutrition and nutrition-related programs and activities in the country up to 2025. In view of my government priorities as outlined in the National Development Plan in 2022, the National Nutrition Agency and partners continue implementation of the NAFA program, which is a component of the Gambia Social Safety Net project. It is a $31 million project jointly supported by the World Bank and the government. From the commencement of NAFA in 2021 to date, a total of 16,957 extremely poor households from the 20 poorest districts across 825 communities in WCR, LRR, NBR, CRR, and URR have received bi-monthly payments of $3,000. Additionally, for the first time in the country, there will be legislation on social protection. The draft bill will be presented to this August body this year. It will seek to set standards for social service delivery to the poor and vulnerable communities, especially marginalized groups such as people living with disability, widows, orphans, and people living with HIV and AIDS. Mr. Speaker, 2022 was quite engaging for the National Disaster Management Agency, NDMA. The Gambia experienced disasters such as flash floods, windstorms, and fire outbreaks. During the period, NDMA and partners provided humanitarian support in cash and kind to many affected households across the regions. The National Disaster Management Agency policy developed in 2008, however, is now obsolete. As a result, NDMA has commenced the formulation of an updated policy and its accompanying strategy to address emerging challenges. The Gambia is a member of the Africa Risk Capacity and will benefit from a payout of $187,641 from this body. It is to support districts affected by a drought in 2022 due to late planting. The regions are specified in the Africa Risk View report. In December 2022, the Food Safety and Quality Authority validated the first national food safety policy with support from the European Union project and the World Bank, the World Health Organization. The document clarifies government's position on food safety and quality interventions and set out implementation measures of the country's food safety system. Petroleum and energy. Honorable Speaker, the energy sector remains my government priority, and we will steadfastly mobilize resources for its transformation. Also, we will maintain our relationship and work with all relevant partners for the successful implementation of the electricity roadmap. The roadmap calls for universal electrification by 2025, integration of variable renewables, and investment in low-cost generation options. At the heart of this process is the National Water and Electricity Company, NEWEC, which is being restructured for operational viability and sustainability. At the moment, the constituent project components managed by NEWEC include the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, ECOWAS Regional Electricity Access Project, the Gambia Electricity Access Project, Nationally Appropriate Mitigation Actions-Based Rural Electrification with Renewable Energy Project, AFD Water Supply Project in the Greater Banjul area, the OIC Water Project, and the EEP Gambia Project. All these are designed to feed into the overall strategy of attaining universal access to electricity in the country. It is not surprising that the petroleum industry is affected by the impact of COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. It is also been impacted by the global agenda on energy transition, while the search for oil is ongoing. Therefore, my government remains committed to affordable fuel provision for the population, and we are cushioning the price hikes through subsidies. Meanwhile, among other strategies, the Gambia National Petroleum Corporation is leading the nationwide charge through the expansion of its fuel stations outlets and partnership for expanded storage capacity. Health, Mr. Speaker. As the country recovers from the havoc of the coronavirus pandemic, the Gambia health system continues to build resilience for better healthcare service provision for the people. Key interventions include the rolling out of the National Health Insurance Scheme and the ongoing construction of a modern National Emergency Treatment Center, a blood transfusion center, a reference laboratory, and a training center in Farad. They will have up-to-date modern equipment to handle health emergencies and advanced diagnosis. Plans are afoot to complete the master plan for a new technical hospital in Faratu. Linked to drugs and food safety, my government is resolute about providing high-quality medicine that meets local and international standards. To achieve this, a high-quality laboratory complex is under construction in Brusubi to test imported food and drugs for safety. In addition, the health sector is piloting an electronic logistic management information system to track all medicines procured by government and other parties. Through the Ministry of Health, we are set to open 5 new state-of-the-art health centers in 5 strategic locations across the country. These facilities, which will be fully equipped with equipment and supplies, are funded by the Gambia government. Environment, climate change, and natural resources, Honorable Speaker. To adopt and build resilience to the adverse effects of climate change, the government, through the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Natural Resources, has developed a Climate Change Vision 2050 and its long-term Climate Neutral Development Strategy 2050. The strategy was published by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in September 2022. These are part of a comprehensive framework to meaningfully guide the country's climate change mitigation interventions. The sector personnel are now working with the International Institute for Environment and Development to implement the Gambia, the Least Developed Countries Initiative for Effective Adaptation and Resilience Project. It is geared towards ensuring that 70% of climate finance reaches the intended communities. With 4 other countries, the Gambia will benefit from an initial disbursement of 20 million British pounds donated by the Government of Canada for the first phase of the program. As a project of $45 million under the West Africa Coastal Area Management, funded by the World Bank, was also approved in December 2022 for the Gambia. The project is meant to reduce climate-related disasters such as flooding in the urban area. Correspondingly, a €6.9 million project funded by the French Development Agency was approved late last year. Its main objective is to support 5 marine protected areas and the communities around them. The ministry looks forward to this year to enacting the Biodiversity Wildlife Bill and the CITES Bill. They are at the Ministry of Justice for legal review. In the same vein, review of the Biodiversity and Wildlife Policy and the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2015-2020 has commenced. Further, the wetland policy will be developed and efforts step up to fulfill the Gambia's international obligations. In the meantime, Cabinet recently approved the National Forestry Policy 2023-2032 for sustainable management and protection of our forest lands and resources through partnerships with stakeholders. In fulfilling government's obligation of domesticating international laws and conventions and to strengthen the sector's management and regulatory frameworks, 3 important bills have been formulated, namely the National Environment Management Bill, the Chemical Control and Management Bill, and the Waste Management Bill. They are under review for submission to this Assembly thereafter. On general environmental quality regulation and management, to enhance the well-being of Gambians, I have reintroduced the voluntary monthly national cleansing exercise set-settle. I urge everyone to take it seriously and participate in it. In view of the alarming rate of coastal erosion and other environmental concerns, my administration will adopt measures to promote the integrated approach to coastal zone management and address emerging challenges. The enactment of the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Bill will strengthen these measures. This is one of other proposed or ongoing programs and frameworks within the sector. Mr. Speaker, concluding remarks. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the National Assembly, the Gambia has transitioned through a national socio-political crisis brought about by undemocratic tendencies to a chain of global crises that have a telling effect on the nation's well-being, economy, and development prospects. Consequently, the evolution of my administration over these years is marked by implementation of unplanned but pragmatic crisis management strategies, alongside a determined and successful execution of well-defined and impactful national initiatives. Great as the situation may be, my government has successfully risen to both national and international challenges to register remarkable achievements in various aspects of nation building. Infrastructure development, social services, digitalization, production, vulnerable groups, particularly women, the youth, and the physically challenged, employment, trade, food security, and emerging and energy are among the many issues that my administration gives sustained attention and priority. All of them feature vividly in my address. Our focus will strategically be on the people in order to build on our achievements. Indeed, 2022 was eventful, particularly for the legislature, as it led to the composition of the diverse assembly we have today. The loss of a vice president, 70 innocent children, and other dear citizens are among the tragic events of the year. We pray that the departed souls continue to rest in peace. Potentially, like all other nations, we have our share of global concerns over internal security and crime, living costs, stability, employment, public service, and productivity. Nonetheless, the critical factor that threatens peace and development most is disunity. As I always observe, we may belong to different political parties, religious faiths, or other social groupings, but we must unite as a nation to realize our national targets. Honorable members, the core mandates of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary are interlocked and require that we work together in harmony. No person is an island, and no unit in an interlinked structure can function in isolation. Once we have a common goal, such as the development and progress of the people we serve, there will always be the need to unite and a path to do so. Fortunately, we subscribe to democracy and can collectively rally around its principles to merge our programs in the national interest. That is, if we sincerely commit ourselves to standing by the people and acting on their behalf. Certainly, if democracy is not regarded merely as a political tool to gain advantage over others, but applied as a transformative social construct, our communities, institutions, and the nation will fare better, and we will all live in peace. The local council elections provided the nation with a global opportunity to put these democratic principles into concrete action and rise once again on the global political landscape. We have done so remarkably. Again, I congratulate the successful candidates and the whole nation on this laudable achievement. Honorable members, while discharging your duties, I urge you to dialogue and initiate bipartisan collaboration in a positively democratic manner. This would allow you to table issues not exclusively from political party perspective, but from genuine patriotic standpoints and through the people's lenses. The legal framework, policies and programs developed and mentioned in my address are relevant and prudent enough to guide the people to success. Their effective implementation rests on the professional and their action officers. But this Assembly and the public have a facilitating role to play in the process. I assure you that the Ministry of Public Service also has all the sector policies and will monitor their implementation. I thank you all and congratulate you on the successful completion of your first legislative year, and I encourage you to serve the nation better as legislators, compatriots, colleagues, and family. Mr. Speaker, the occasion accorded me the privilege to thank our development partners, friends and well-wishers, as well as all those gainfully engaged in the country and the people at large. The sectors have been doing well, and we look forward to greater improvements as time goes by. I thank all of them sincerely. I promise to serve this nation with a clear concern, a clear vision, and a clear, articulated, and realistic development plans and programs. Let us work in harmony to implement them together in our best interests. I wish the Assembly fruitful deliberations and resounding successes in your noble engagements. God bless us all. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Who's raising the point of order?
Honorable Busumbala.
Yes, Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on the order 53K.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Speaker,
A point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, 50.
A point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members.
I'm on my feet.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Can I hear from the member for Busumbala?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This motion 53 is motion which may be made without notice. Motion without notice.
No. You said point of order. No. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Please. Honorable members, can we hear the member from Busumbala? Yes, member for Busumbala.
Honorable Speaker, has the democratic dictates and the parliament is the centerpiece for civil engagement, like dialogues and engagement.
Sorry, honorable member. Honorable member, big point of order, quote the standing order.
Honorable Speaker, order 53. 53K, a motion agreed by the Speaker to make a matter of urgency. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member. Honorable member. Honorable member. Honorable members. Honorable members. Order. Honorable members. Honorable members, I will want to urge all members to exercise patience. The honorable member had a point of order, and it has a process.
Exactly.
If you don't allow him put the facts down, how will he join? He said standing order, he quoted standing order 53K. And the 53K reads, a motion agreed by the Speaker to be a matter of urgency. So the honorable member can only put a motion if I agree that it is urgent. And before I agree or disagree, it would have been best for the honorable member to notify me before the second. In the circumstance, I rule it out. Honorable members, we now, any member who wants to second the motion, honorable member for Kantora and majority leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I rise to second the motion and thank His Excellency for a marathon speech. Thank you.
Honorable
Point
members.
of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Boy, look, allow me to...
Honorable member for Busumbara, may I hear your
Honorable
point?
Speaker, 53 is a motion without notice. And Honorable Speaker...
No. Honorable member, you are standing on a point of order.
53K. But 53 is a motion without notice. So it can be applicable instantly. You listen to my motion, you either reject it or you allow me to proceed.
All right, honorable members, please, order.
If you did not hear me...
Honorable member, read your standing order. The Speaker has made a decision. If that decision for you is not correct, it has a process. It's not a point of order. You do that process, please. You don't point of order that. When I make a judgment, and you feel that that judgment probably is not correct, it has another process. You don't say point of order again. Please. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly do consider the motion on the State of the Nation Address 2023 delivered by His Excellency the President of the Republic. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the consideration and debate proper on the motion so tabled will now be adjourned until Monday, 12th June 2023, to give honorable members ample time to read and digest the said address. But before I adjourn, honorable members, please allow me, on behalf of both sides of the August Assembly, and indeed on my own behalf, thank His Excellency the President of the Republic for his well-articulated and delivered State of the Nation address. Of course, it is a statutory duty, but you will all agree with me that the address deserves commendation for the manner in which it was delivered. The address has indeed outlined the condition of the Gambia, the policies of the government, and the administration of the state as provided for in the Constitution. This Assembly will therefore, in the next few days, reflect and debate on the policy statement so well delivered here in this August Assembly. The statement will also give us an opportunity to reflect on the achievements and challenges we face as a nation, and the urgent need for national unity, peace, and stability to propel the development needs and aspirations of our dear motherland. As the people's representatives, we are charged to do our best to ensure that the policies and programs outlined in His Excellency's address are thoroughly scrutinized and debated with due diligence. It is also important for us to have a clear understanding of the government's policies, development programs, and aspirations. This will provide the National Assembly and its various committees with tools necessary to perform its legislative scrutiny and oversight functions. On that note, Mr. President, I thank you once again for addressing this Assembly. In the same vein, honorable members, I wish to express thanks and gratitude to His Excellency the Vice President, my Lord the Chief Justice, former Speakers and Deputy Speakers of the National Assembly, the Deputy Speaker and honorable members of the National Assembly, Cabinet Ministers, former members of the National Assembly, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, regional governors, Lord Mayors and chairpersons of area councils, leaders of political parties, Secretary General and head of the civil service and all government senior officials, service chiefs, vulnerable religious leaders, the press, and all distinguished invited guests for gracing this solemn occasion in the calendar of the National Assembly. By extension, on behalf of both sides of this August Assembly, I also wish to register our gratitude to all Gambians for the support and collaboration in our collective drive towards nation building. To my colleague, honorable members of the National Assembly, I want to reiterate that nation building is an enormous task, and as a key stakeholder in this process, I pray that our deeds and actions be guided by justice and conscience towards the common good of all. May I also thank Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the Office of the Clerk, the Task Force, and all those who in their various ways contributed immensely to making this day a success. I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blesses and guides us all. Honorable members, before I put the question, may I kindly remind all guests to remain seated to allow His Excellency the President to take leave of the chambers, to be followed by the Vice President, Cabinet Ministers, and others. On that note, I will now put the question. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Monday, 12th June 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This Assembly now stands adjourned until Monday, 12th June 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt. I'll stop.
Angel. So that was actually the speech delivered by the President, His Excellency Adama Barrow, in his State of the Nation address for the 2023 legislative year. I mean, as you heard from the Speaker of the House, Fabakary Tombong Jatta, they've actually adjourned the session to allow the parliamentarians to actually have ample time to read through the President's speech and actually come back here on Monday the 12th to actually deliberate on it. You know, the various areas touched by the President, I mean, this includes almost all the ministries, from youth and sports, the tourism sector. You had him, I mean, the achievements attained in all of those sectors. If the parliamentarians now have any queries to raise over the issues, I mean, stated by the President, they will have to do that with the ministers who will be here to represent their various ministries, to take questions from the parliamentarians starting from Monday. The Vice President as well will be here to represent the President and to actually, I mean, dilate and deliberate on some of the issues the deputies are actually going to raise, I mean, concerning the 2023 State of the Nation address. I mean, we've come to the end of the entire session until Monday, when
save government about $22.8 million annually. Besides, the ministry has allocated $6 million for its 2023 local development budget to support the LTE network and related sector activities. Ensuring cyber resilience development has been a major focus of my government over the years. The adoption of the cyber security policy and strategy in December 2022 further demonstrated the executive's commitment to this matter. Mr. Speaker, there is quite an array of proposed interventions to report on here, but I will end by observing that a national digital literacy policy is in progress to provide informed guidelines on digital literacy and skills development. These are all highly commendable initiatives. Defense, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Defense works closely with other security institutions to maintain peace and stability in the country. To achieve this, the Ministry has developed 3 crucial documents. They include the first ever National Defense Policy, which has Cabinet approval. In addition, a defense strategy and implementation plan funded by the UK were completed in October 2022. The Ministry also has Cabinet approval to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty, ATT, and it is working on the ratification process. The ATT Voluntary Fund provided funding through Safe World Organization to facilitate the ratification and implementation process of the treaty. The terms and conditions of service for officers and soldiers, 1993 of the Gambia Armed Forces, is under review. Similarly, work on the Gambia Armed Forces Bill is progressing to replace the current Act of 1985. Through the Ministry of Defense and Finance, and with support from the Republic of Turkey and the People's Republic of China, government have procured military vehicles and other specialized equipment for peacekeeping missions and ease of daily military operations, especially along the border. Mr. Speaker, the armed forces continue to forge healthy civil-military relations to improve on the existing cordial relations through regular consultations and outreach, such as providing free medical services and education. Significantly too, the Ministry and GAF will maintain close collaboration with other security agencies to ascertain a safe environment for every person in the country. Following the unfortunate resurgence of conflict in Casamance between the MFDC and the Senegalese armed forces, the Gambia Armed Forces monitors the affected areas in Fonyi to guarantee the safety of all Gambian citizens. In this regard, they conduct robust patrols in the area. We thank them for their vigilance and devoted service to the nation. Fisheries, water resources, and National Assembly matters. Honorable Speaker, the fisheries sector is a key contributor to the Gambian economy, accounting for 10% of GDP in 2022 and providing direct employment to over 30,000 people. To keep up the momentum, the Ministry of Fisheries recently designed and validated a draft National Fisheries and Aquaculture Policy 2022-2031, and it is now set for submission to Cabinet. The Ministry is investing in the additional fisheries and value chain to alleviate post-harvest challenges, with funds from the EU-Gambia Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreement, the construction of 2 fish handling platforms in Tangier and Gunjur, worth over $10 million, are ongoing to improve the hygienic conditions and durability of fish and fishery products. Honorable members, on revenue realized in the sector from January 2022 to May 2023, $34 million were generated from landing, $83 million from licensing, and $30 million from EU support, amounting to $148 million. The European Union, under the Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreement, continues to provide the fisheries sector with $30 million support annually. From this, $15 million is to strengthen the sustainable management, conservation, and the development of the sector. The remaining $15 million serves as financial compensation to access. Mr. Speaker, major reforms are progressing to lead to more efficient management of the country's water resources in conformity with the integrated water resources management principles. In this vein, the Gambia Water Bill 2020 is available for enactment to replace the National Water Resources Council Act of 1979. Through support from the government of Japan, 20 additional solar-powered pipe water supply system for installation in 2020-2023 will serve 80,000 people in our rural communities. The project is ongoing and it is scheduled to end by December 2023. Gender, children, and social welfare. Mr. Speaker, a range of new policies developed by this sector guide the strategic development efforts and program activities of the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Welfare. On program implementation, the Women Enterprise Fund introduced in 2020 has benefited more than 93,000 women entrepreneurs, with $68 million disbursed to 628 women groups. The recovery rate during the past 3 years stands at 75% and 53% respectively for the first and second disbursements. In 2023, about 550 women groups will be reached countrywide through the same arrangements. The Sahel Women Economic Empowerment Project, which is at its preparatory stage, will be implemented throughout the country from 2024 to 2026. The project is to economically empower women and girls through entrepreneurship and livelihood skills training. It will also support in-school girls to complete grade 12 and women to access relevant information and reproductive health services. It is a World Bank-funded project. To further enhance the legal environment for the welfare of children, the sector has submitted the revised draft of the 2005 Children Act to the Justice Ministry for review. They have also finalized the development of an integrated and inclusive children's policy. Basic, secondary education, Mr. Speaker. To make education readily accessible to children from poor families as well as rural communities, my government uses resources from both the domestic budget and development partners to provide innovative ways of reaching underserved areas. In this regard, a significant surge in enrollment has been registered at all levels of the school system. Specifically, early childhood and development enrollment increased from 126,573 in 2021 to 130,952 in 2022. While in lower basic school enrollment increased respectively from 401,333 in 2021 to 414,477 in 2022. Similarly, upper basic school enrollment increased from 119,405 in 2022 to 123,081 in 2022. And senior secondary school enrollment increased from 76,537 to 78,706. These are significant increases. To meet the increasing demand for education, my government increased the number of schools for all levels from 3,426 to 3,518 between 2021 and 2022. To ensure quality education delivery, we consistently train teachers for both basic and secondary schools. Through these training packages, A significant increase in the number of qualified teachers is evident at all levels of the school system. At the early childhood development level, for example, the trained facilitators increased from 3,018 in 2021 to 3,283 in 2022. At the lower basic level, the trained and qualified teachers increased from 10,614 to 11,302 between 2021 and 2022. Similar trends exist at the upper and senior secondary school level, showing an increase from 5,787 to 5,881 and 3,211 to 3,394 respectively. As a result of all the investments in both access and the quality of education delivered, the number of students attending 0 credits or 0 passes in the West African Senior Secondary School examination dropped significantly
Ya. Albeda. Mumbare.
Attention.
Foye fenkol selen.
Le mi tento be jen accepten.
So be selen diro la. Ha?
Sawol ko mi je mo fenk.
Dawo.
Fenk ito ni wala mal mo tore ci. Dal mun na ngas ki mo fi.
Nga foye ne de. Nga foye ne de. Sona malbalia o jogi nyolle adale ni wala mon kata du ko ni wala ani sen jibañol ka tula malbalia ni tara du ko ka tula ay to damay du ko kam ko ni ma ci kana sene ya filiji ni ken si modi taraje ya iman do ko fonti ken ngan ken si modi taraje man so ka do ko siri kan tol keba jibule yi tol be do
Trop.
Mune mu madigat. The player that you for the boy.
Hey,